report the time. I should sail into the driveway right as it starts, so I don't know if I'll be able to check in. Betty dependent. He might actually fall asleep on the way home, I'm not sure. But, good reminder.
Oh, I want someone to drive me around until I fall asleep.
Isn't that Rod's job?
Sometimes, yeah, sometimes. With that, I'm going to tell you to have a great night, and we'll talk to you later on. K8YUK, this is KD8SLG. I will be clear on your final.
W8WKY.
You know what they say, leave them one more. We'll catch you down the log. Have a great club net. If I don't make it, people, it's a green light. Yeah. Have a great rest of your night. Catch you down the log. Take care. All those things. I got to focus on driving. KE8YUK. And I guess I will be listening.
The weekly Serenet, featuring club news, trivia, and check-ins from some of the nicest hams in the universe starts in 5 minutes.
How's that for timing? KE8YUK, clear.
Lucy, was that your voice? WA8KOC.
Well, I sure hope so, Fred. Otherwise, somebody's a darn good impersonator. How are you doing?
Fabulous. Really looking forward to this evening's net. I'm glad to hear you're there. I hope Josh is as well. I hope Ms. Betty is enjoying herself, behaving herself. And you know what? If it weren't for Eric, W8ELM, being our trivia master, I'd be calling on you, so be careful, girl.
I will take that as a warning. Yeah, good for Eric. And yeah, Betty's mostly behaving herself. She's definitely coming up on bedtime and was very angry with Grandma Cece for trying to put away some of the toys that she had just dumped out of a box. So nap time cometh. But otherwise, have a great night. Like I told Nick, I don't know if I'll be able to stick around, but I hope I can. And I'd love to hear this competing trivia with my own special set of skills. So anyway, I hope it goes really well. And yeah, hopefully we'll chime in. K8YUK, back to you.
Thanks, Lucy. Look forward to hearing from you. And hopefully you guys are having a quote-unquote terrific Tuesday. WA8KOC. Waiting for KD8SLG.
Get ready for the weekly Serenet starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good evening, Sarah and friends. This is WA8KOC. I am calling CQ for the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association Tuesday Weekly Net. This net is brought to you on Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association's W8WKY repeater. Location for the repeater is Doylestown, Ohio. Frequency for the repeater is 147 Mark 390 megahertz. And the CTCSS code for the repeater is 114 Mark 8. As a controlled net, we request all traffic come through net control. Emergency traffic may break in as required. Again, my name is Fred. My call sign is WA8KOC. Glad to be with you folks this morning, or this evening. Sorry, use of the barometer net. If there are any people out there that would like to have some information passed or have any announcements, please give me a call. Alrighty then, hearing nothing. I want to welcome everybody to the net this evening. We're going to have trivia provided by W8ELM. Eric Mast, our trivia extraordinaire master. And I'm sure that everybody's anxious to get going. So I'm going to ask anybody who is an in and out check-in to please give me a call. And please come slowly because I have a fountain pen that occasionally will not write.
USA Martin Wadsworth, in and out. Whiskey 8, Charlie Tango Mike, carry it, Portage Lakes, and I'll be in and out.
Kilo Echo 8, Quebec Kilo Oscar, KEQKO, Nick and Akron, in and out.
KD8SQ, Jim and Marshallville, I'll be in and out.
November 8, Delta Romeo Delta, N8DRD, Don and Marshallville, in and out.
KE8, IME, David, Sterling, Ohio, in and out.
KE8, TLB, Randy and Rittman, that's KE8, TLB.
Alrighty then, for our in and out stations so far, I copied KE8, SFS Mark. Thanks for being here with us. Got you marked in and out. Have yourself a terrific Tuesday evening. WACTM, the infamous closer for the barometer at Carrie Meredith. Got you in and out, Carrie, thank you. KE8QKO, Nick, good evening. I've got you marked in and out. KD8SQ, Jim, it's been a while since I've heard from you. Thanks for being here. I've got you marked in and out. And ADRD, Don, thank you for checking in with us. I've also got you marked in and out. And KE8 IME, David, over in Sterling. David, thanks for being here. You're marked in and out. Have yourself a terrific Tuesday. And also Randy, KE8 TLB, over in Redmond. Randy, have yourself a good evening. Any other in and out stations for the barometer, or for the Tuesday weekly net? I'm using the club call this evening, W8WKY. Please give me a call.
W8WKY.
Kilo Alpha 8, Mike November Tango, I'll be in and out.
Kilo Echo 8, Juliet November Hotel, Duggan Rittman, in and out.
Whiskey Alpha 8, Juliet Romeo, John Wadsworth, in and out.
John, I got the Whiskey Alpha 8, but I didn't get the suffix. Could you please re-identify for me? That was kind of quick.
I'm sorry about that. Juliet Romeo, Whiskey Alpha 8,
Juliet Romeo.
Affirmative. Any other stations in and out, please give me a call, W8WKY.
November 8, Whiskey Sugar, New London.
Bill, are you in and out?
Yes.
Whiskey 2, Juliet, Lima, Sierra, W2JLS, John and Fairlawn. I'll be in and out. Have a great night.
With that round, I copied some of our good friends. KA8MNT, thank you for being here, Tom. Have yourself a terrific Tuesday. KE8GNH, Doug, good to hear you. Been a while. Hopefully you're having a terrific Tuesday. WA8JR, thank you for checking in. We've got you marked in and out. NAWS, in and out also. And W2JLS, John, good to hear from you. It's been a while also since I've talked to you. Thanks for checking in. Got you marked in and out. One more call for in and out check-ins for the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association Tuesday Weekly Net. W8WKY on this end. All right. Hearing nothing, I want to let everybody know that this evening we will be provided with trivia by our trivia master, W8ELM, Mr. Mass, and I'm sure it's going to be a good question, but those stations wishing to check in, regular check-ins for the Tuesday Weekly Net, I'm not going to go county by county. I'm just going to go ahead and please give me a call, and please be polite and give a couple seconds before keying.
W8WKY, this is Kilo Delta 8, Sierra Lima Golf, KD8SLG, Nick and Orville.
November Tango 8 Delta, NT8D, Dave and Copley.
W8WKY, this is Kilo Echo 8, Zulu Romeo, that's KE8, ZZR, Harry and Wadsworth.
KY, this is Whiskey Officer 3 Ray.
Thank you, 3, for being here with us. Any other stations as regular check-ins for the Tuesday Weekly Net?
Kilo Echo 8, Victor Zulu Alpha, Eric in Strongsville.
WO3X, Whiskey Oscar 3 X-Ray, John in Cuyahoga Falls.
Adding to the list, K8BZA, Eric, thanks for being here. Also, John, WO3X, thank you too. I'm going to get right back to you. Anyone else for regular check-ins to the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association Tuesday Weekly Net? Please call W8WKY.
Whiskey 8, Golf Mike Fox, Erie and Worcester.
Please copy Kilo.
Please copy November 7, Victor Alpha, November, N7 Van, Brian.
John and Massillon.
In Akron.
If I can pick it up right there, I did copy KE8UIB, John, got you. I think there were 2 stations that actually covered you. If those stations would please identify for me, I'd appreciate it.
November 8, Whiskey Bravo, Stephen Mobile.
November 7, Victor Alpha, November, Brian.
Adding additional check-ins to the list, I did copy NAWB Stephen and 7 VAN Brian. And I think there may have been one other station that tried to check in. Anyone else?
Well, the water warmed up enough today, so KC8, Victor will dive in. KCFQV, Mark and Aurora. Evening, Fred.
W8WKY, Kilo 4 Oscar Golf, K4OG, marking Copley.
Also added to the list, KC8FQV Mark and K4OG Mark. Thank you both for being here. I'll be right back to you. Anyone else for the Tuesday Weekly Net? W8WKY calling. Okay, back up to the top to make sure I've got everybody. K8SLG, NT8D, KE8ZZR, KE8VZA, WO3X, W8GMF, KE8UIB, N8WB, N7VAN, KC8FQV, and K4OG. Glad to have all of you aboard this evening. We're going to have a lot of fun. Anyone else for the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association Tuesday Weekly Net? W8WKY. All right, it looks like we're not going to have 50, 60, 70 check-ins this evening, but I sincerely appreciate everybody being here with us this evening. It's going to be a good time. I'm going to go ahead and welcome Eric, W8ELM, into the fold. Eric, I'm going to go ahead and let you provide us with the trivia question, and then I'll make sure that after we get things accommodated here, I make sure I call for anybody else who may be a little bit late checking in. W8ELM, W8WKY, good evening, Mr. Mast.
W8WKY, W8ELM, good evening to you, Fred, and everybody else that has joined the net. Got a quick trivia question for you tonight. The question is, how many distinguishable colors are there in a rainbow on Earth? How many distinguishable colors are there in a rainbow on Earth? Is it A, 3, B, 5, C, 6, D, 7, or E, none of the above? Again, how many distinguishable colors are there in a rainbow on Earth? Is it A, 3, B, 5, C, 6, D, 7, or E, none of the above? Back to net.
Ladies and gentlemen, we call this a brain tease. Eric, wonderful question. Thank you very much. This should be interesting, and hopefully we got a bunch of people that actually know what's going on here, and they're going to have correct answers. But I'm going to get back up to the top of the list here. First person I heard check in as a regular for the Tuesday Weekly Net, KD8SLG, W8WKY. Just Nick, how's it going? What's new with you? And what's your answer to this trivia question? It's a fantastic one. Over to you.
W8WKY. This is KD8SLG. Good evening, Fred, and all the club netizens. So good to be here. Let's start with trivia. I'm going to go with Echo, none of the above, because I think ultimately there would be an infinite spectrum of colors contained in a rainbow. That's my answer. I'm going to stick to it. Lots of stuff going on. We got a club meeting this week. Hope to see a bunch of you there. Of course, don't forget we meet at 5 o'clock-ish at Casa Nuestra for some Mexican food before the show starts, and all are welcome there as well. Mark your calendars for October 12th, K3LR field trip. Should be a good time. Get a tour of DX Engineering behind the scenes, then go out and check out the contesting station in Pennsylvania. If you can make it, I think it'll be a good time. We don't have a sign-up sheet up for it just yet, but mark it on your calendars and start thinking about it. That's all I got tonight, Fred. Good to wrap up my day with you, like I started it today. Have a great night. We'll talk to you later on. KD8SLG, back to net control.
Nick, I have to say, it's always a great net. Morning, afternoon, evening, whenever. Really enjoy getting a chance to say hello to everybody, sharing some camaraderie. Actually, I think this is going to be sharing a little bit of information that maybe not everybody has an idea of, but we'll see. You take good care of yourself, pal. We're gonna look to hook up Thursday evening, and it should be a wonderful meeting, club meeting, over at the Wadsworth Eagles. If I don't talk to you, 7-3, I'll talk to you in the morning, hopefully. NTAD from W8WKY. Good evening, Dave. How are you? And what's new with you? And what's your answer to this trivia question? Over to you.
Good evening there, Fred. Nice to hear you and everybody tonight on the net. I'm sorry, my daughter just woke up. She's been sleeping all day. She works third shift, and she was letting the dogs and animals out, and I was chatting. So I completely missed the trivia question. And so I'm just going to go with Baker B, Bravo. And I'm going to reserve the right to change my answer when the question gets repeated later in the net. Let's see. Looking forward to seeing people at the meeting on Thursday and maybe at Nuestra beforehand for some foods. Let's see. Got some sailing in last week. Celebrated Friday the 13th. Got to play a sub for a big band up in Cleveland over the weekend and played some jazz with them. We've got a big band gig coming up here at the Cuyahoga Falls Jenks Building Saturday. Big band blowout all afternoon. 4, 5, 6 big bands. We're there at 4 o'clock. So come out and see us. It's free. Sit out in the parking lot and enjoy. That's coming up on Saturday. Setting a date for the fox hunt next month. It'll be the Saturday before or after the field trip to Duffy's place out there in Pennsylvania. K3LR there. I probably got his call wrong, but the weekend before or after. So I'm looking for feedback on that question, and I'll get that on Thursday. Had a great time meeting a little puppy and tuning a couple pianos today, and I'll tell you, there's nothing harder than trying to find a buzz in a grand piano. I'll throw it on back to you there. It's been a great day, and I'm looking forward to listening to other people's comments tonight there. Back to Net Control, W8WKY, NTAD.
for this evening, I'll look for your recheck, Dave, unless you want to keep it as is. Thanks for being here. Appreciate the updates. 73 KE8ZZR. Harry, good evening. It's good to have you here with us this evening. I imagine you've got some stuff going on over there on your end, and I imagine you're probably going to be the one with the right trivia answer, correct? Over to you, W8WKY.
W8WKY, this is KE8ZZR. Good evening, Fred. Love your chipper voice this evening. Must be a carryover from the barometer net. Keep the good work up. And good evening to all the other people on the net. Yeah, I got a little bit of things going on here. I'm trying to get ourselves pulled together, and we're leaving for a trip out west here. At the end of, actually, we leave a week from Monday. We've gone the whole month of October. We're covering Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, coming back through Texas and up the southern route back home. So we're back end of October. So got a few things to get together before we pull out with our trailer, and that's it. Hopefully I'll make the meeting this week. I'm going to the Guardians game Thursday afternoon, so hopefully I'll be back in time. Might be running a little late, but I'm going to try my best to be there. And that's about it. Had lunch with the Wayne County Aries gentlemen today. Very nice group. Good chewing going on, chit-chat, whatever. So trivia, I'm going to go with D. D as in Delta. I'll turn it back to you, Fred. 73s is KE8ZZR.
Well, I'll tell you what, Harry, that sounds like a fabulous trip planned. Seriously. I hope you enjoy it, be safe, learn lots, see a lot, probably take a lot of photos, and glad you're in here with us this evening. Always a pleasure to hear from you. Maybe we'll hear from you tomorrow morning, depending on what you've got going on. But I do have you marked down for D Delta for the answer to the trivia question. As I said, wonderful, wonderful trip planned. Enjoy. 73 KE8BZA. Eric, I know you're going to get the answer to this trivia question right, correct? Over to you. Good to hear you, buddy.
W8WKY, this is KE8VZA. Well, I'm going to try my best here, Fred. I was writing out the acronym that I learned in elementary school, which everyone probably did, of the colors in the visual, or the colors in the spectrum that are visible to the naked eye. But having seen a few rainbows, I know that I don't think you can see all of the colors, perhaps. So I'm gonna shoot under the number of the visible colors, and I'm gonna go with Bravo, or I'm gonna say 5. Could be 3. I don't know. My theory could probably work for either one, but I'm going to pick Bravo. That's where I'll hang my hat. What else? Just checked into the NORS 10-meter net while you were taking in and out check-ins. Propagation was working in my favor tonight, but not in other people's favor. But I could actually hear net control, so that was good. What else? I was looking forward to seeing some of you at the meeting on Thursday. And work was okay today. Got some stuff done in the yard when I got home, and I'm looking forward to dinner after this. So with that, 73 everybody, and I'll be listening out to the end of the net. KE8VZA back to net control.
W8WKY.
Eric, good evening. Thanks for being here this evening with us. I do have you marked down for the answer B, Bravo, to the visual colors available in a rainbow. And I hope you have a good evening and a good day tomorrow. Don't know if I'll hear you in the morning on the barometer net, but I will look forward to saying hello Thursday evening if you're over there. And whatever you do, stay safe and enjoy this wonderful weather we're having. It's not too cool, not too hot, kind of just right with a lot of folks. 7-3, buddy. WO3X, John. trivia question, and what's new on your end? W8WKY.
Good evening, Fred, and all on the net. This is WO3X. Yesterday there was a geocaching event in a park in Cuyahoga Falls, and the time that it ran, which is a little unusual, it was from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock, which is later than they usually are. But on Monday evenings at between 7 and 7:30, I send a digital message to the Aries repeater in Akron, and so I had been sending that from the Riverfront Cruise In using a laptop and my tri-band handheld, a F8T. It has 6 meters, 2 meters, and a 440 band, and so that worked very well. But yesterday I had the car, the regular car that has a radio in it, and so I was able to do that from the car with my little laptop in the car and the 440 band radio. And so that completed that part, and then I checked in to the Sunbelt Service Net, which is on 75 meters at 3990 kilohertz, using my Yaesu FT100D in the car with a 75 meter ham stick adjusted for that frequency. And the guy in Lebanon, Pennsylvania, was the net control station for the Sunbelt Service Net yesterday, and he easily picked me up, and I had a good copy on him. And then at 7:30 was the Aries Net, and I just used the radio in the car, not the FT100D, but whatever that mobile radio is, and was able to completely do the Aries Net also. So that kind of showed that my mobile equipment is usable for various bands. Let's see. So the trivia question, I'm going to go with what I was always informed that the quantity was, and that's 7. So that's D delta for my answer to the trivia question. With that, back to the net. W8WKY. This is WO3X.
John, fine business on the mobile operations, and good job on the 75 meters. Excellent. I hope that you have a wonderful evening, a terrific Tuesday, as it were, and do appreciate you being here, as always. I have you marked down for D Delta for the answer to the trivia question, and we'll see what's up at the end here. But do appreciate you being here with us. Take good care of yourself, pal. Look forward to talking to you soon. 7-3. WAGMF, good evening, Gary. Good to hear from you also. It's been a while since I've had a pleasure to talk to you. It's all yours, buddy, and I need to know what your answer to this trivia question is going to be and what's new with you.
Oh, good evening. As usual, thank you for running the net. Glad for volunteers. It's been a beautiful day today, and I actually got a little work done. Vacuumed out the wife's car and got the oil changed in my truck. Let somebody else do that. And with a few fellow hams for lunch. So one second item back for Wolf Brothers Supply. So this was one of them days where nothing was hard, but kind of kept busy. And it was just gorgeous weather out. I worked up a little bit of a sweat vacuuming and out the wife's van there. Anyhow, too much nonsense there, but I tell you, I've been going around in circles because I don't really know the answer to this one and don't have a good clue. I'm trying to remember back to my high school days, which were a few decades ago, and playing with prisms and stuff, and trying to remember just what we could get, and I can't even remember whether it was just the 3' or everything. That's terrible, isn't it? So I'm going to just say the answer is E, none of the above, because I feel like it's more than 7, but I could be completely wrong. Anyhow, thank you, Eric, for always coming up with these questions, and thanks for stumping me tonight. WAGMF.
WAGMF from WAWKY. All right, Gary, not a problem. I do have you marked down for E, Echo, to the answer to the trivia. Sounds like you got everything pretty well handled over on your end. Yeah, it's a lot easier to work in this weather than in extremely hot weather or extremely cold weather. Cold weather's coming, so everybody that's willing to do some antenna work, get ready. You know what they say about us hams. All right, Gary, you take good care of yourself. Hopefully the answer comes your way correctly. If not, don't let that deter you. Come back and spend some time with us whenever you'd like. 7-3. KE8UIB. Judy, you're up. Hopefully you've had a terrific Tuesday on your end, living that $5 dream a nickel at a time. What say you? It's all yours, buddy.
WAWKY from KE8UIB. Good evening, Fred. Everybody out there on the net. The trivia question tonight. We'll start there. My dad, of course, I'm messaging back and forth with my parents. So my dad's going to go with B for Bravo. Now, me and my mom, we're a little bit different on this one tonight. My mom, she's always, when her hands were better, she was really, really big into oil pastels and watercolors and acrylic paints, and she loved to paint, very artistic. I work in an industry that's very artistic. I have spent my last week being tortured by custom colors. So with that being said, I think we're both going to go with the letter D and go with Delta as our answer and see where that ends up tonight. We'll just call it a good educated guess and see how educated we actually are. Hi. You said something about logging with a fountain pen, Fred. That's really, really nostalgic. I love fountain pen and ink, and learned how to draw that way in elementary school, and even when I doodle every once in a while, that's still a really awesome way to draw, and so very nostalgic. I just got a compliment on that's for sure, Fred. And with that, you guys know me, I'm living that $5 dream a nickel at a time, trying to keep it as simple as possible. This is KE8UIB. I'm going to hand this back over to Net Control. Thank you for running the net, Fred. 7-3, y'all.
Affirmative, John. Thank you for being here. I have you marked down for D Delta. Is that correct?
Roger.
W8WKY.
Pausing here for station identification, WAWKY. All right, Johnny, we got you marked down for D Delta. We'll see what happens. Thanks for being in here with us this evening. Hopefully you're not working too hard, and hopefully I'm going to get a chance to say good morning to you tomorrow morning. Whatever you do, stay safe, pal. Our best to you and your darling bride. 7-3. NAWB, Stefan. It's been like forever since I've spoken with you. I hope everything's going well with you in your retirement. You're probably busier than all get out. Anyway, I'm going to hand it over to you, ask you to give an update on the next VE test session, and what's your answer for the trivia question? We'll have to get together soon, pal. Over to you.
WAKLC November 8 Whiskey Bravo. Thanks for running the net, Fred. Appreciate it. You always do a great job no matter what happens, so thank you so much for that. Trivia question. I know that there's 7 in the rainbow, but I think the question is, Eric's not going to leave us there. Eric just does dumpy things to throw us off the track. I'm thinking when he's visible colors, because I've looked at that thing multiple times when you see it in the sky, I'm going to go with Bravo. I'm thinking maybe we see it, but there's probably a couple colors that meld in there, and the visible ones, I'm going to say 5, so that was Bravo. Our next VE session is October 5th, I believe it is, the first weekend of October, and it is in Medina County at the church, the Sharon Center United Methodist Church. So we're going to have a good session there. We always have a great session with all of our VEs and the people that come down and get their tests or upgrades or get newly licensed, which is awesome to see as well. And thank you for running the Saturday net for Phil in the first, that's the same day as our VE session, so whatever that day, I think it was the 5th. So thank you for running the net there. I'm running it for Phil next week, and then Phil's going to be ready to go as net control for the month of October, the days that he's scheduled. So I'm going to send it back to you. Say 73 to everyone. Great to hear you and everyone else on the net. November 8 Whiskey Bravo back to W8KOC.
November 8 Whiskey Bravo. This is Whiskey 8 Whiskey Kilo Yankee. Good to have you in here with us, Stefan. I do have you marked down for B Bravo. I think that's a pretty good answer. I really do. Thank you for being the lead for the VE team for Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association. Sincerely appreciate that. You and your folks you've lined up do an absolutely fabulous job. I mention it every morning on the barometer net that I'm on as NCO. You take good care of yourself. I will cover October 5th if nobody else has any objections. And whatever you do, stay safe. Enjoy retirement. I will look forward to communicating with you soon. Maybe via cell instead of RF. Take care, pal. 7-3. And 7VAN. Brian, good evening. Thanks for being here with us this evening. What's your answer to the trivia question, and how are you doing?
W8WKY with N7VAN. Fred, thanks for taking my call. I'm doing well, winding down the day, enjoying the nice weather that we're having. Starting to lament the leaves coming down. Even though they haven't turned, we're still getting a lot of leaves that are falling. So that's making me think that fall's around the corner and winter's not far along either. So, so my answer for the trivia is I'm just going to go with the Roy G. Biv, which is red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet that I learned in high school or elementary school, 1, 2, I can't remember. So the answer is D for me. Looking forward to seeing everybody at the meeting and learning more about Allstar. I'll say 73s and turn it back over to you. Thanks, Fred.
Great to hear from you, Brian. Did you say D, Delta, as your answer?
Yes, D as in Delta.
Affirmative, Brian. Thank you for being in here with us this evening. Good to hear from you. Hear from you occasionally on the mornings, but normally people do get a little bit busy, and they can't spend a lot of time with us in the mornings. Appreciate you being here this evening. I do have you marked down for D Delta to the answer. Hopefully you're having a terrific Tuesday on your end, and it's going to be a great rest of the week for you. Whatever you do, stay safe. And, enjoy this wonderful weather we're having. 7-3 to you also. KC8FQV, W8WKY. Good evening, Mark. How are things over in Aurora? Good to hear from you. What's your answer to the trivia question?
KCFQ here. Well, P-Cars just got finished up with the Zoom session of their Tuesday SIG. Yeah, they have different talks on Tuesday over at the club site, and they run it on Zoom as well. Yeah, the Oklahoma group's done. I just checked the net logger and it's gone. Crooked River is still. Oh, I didn't check in over there. Yeah, there's another net in town. And then we got our net here going. There's a lot of activity. Yeah, later on tonight I'll go over to the Newberry machine for the Tri-County traffic net at 9 o'clock. Oh, it's 20 minutes. We're on the trivia. And the trivia is going to be 7. I thought I heard 7. Let me know if it's not. If not, then we'll change it to something else. But I think it's 7. So other than that, not much else. We'll be hearing you in the morning, Fred. So KCFQV.
KCFQV, WAWKY, yes, Mark. D Delta is 7 visual colors in the rainbow. I've got you marked down for D Delta. Hopefully that's what you told me. And hopefully you're having a good evening. Sounds like you're radioactive. Take good care of yourself. Appreciate you being here. And if I'm mistaken on your answer, let me know. Otherwise, you'll hear from Eric what the true answer is. 7-3 otherwise. K4OG, Mark. Are you in Copley or are you down in Kentucky? Either way, you're sounding really good. Good evening. What's new? And what's your answer to this trivia question we got going on? Over to you, pal.
WAWKY, K4OG. Good evening, Fred and everybody on the net. I'm up here in Copley. I'm on Allstar, Clear Node. And moved into my new apartment, and to my surprise, it's got a fireplace, and it's got a cheap little 5-foot and a 7.25-inch mantle. Trying to scratch my head how I'm going to put my little 55-inch TCL Roku TV on there, because the feet are just a little too wide. I'm like, well, I could take some plywood and cut out a 5 by 7.25 hole and then make a bigger notch and nail it together, set it on the top, but that'd be a lot of work, painting and trimming it out. I was like, why not a 3D printer and make some smaller feet for the TV that will fit on a 7.25-inch wide mantle? So there you go, thinking about that. I don't have a 3D printer though. And Eric's trivia question, I'm not even going to give one thought as to how many colors I can see. I'm trying to spot Eric's Charlie answer. And the other week there was discussion whether he ever used Charlie. And he let us know he uses it about 20% of the time. And it's likely on one of those 5-answer questions with an echo in it. So I'm going to pick Charlie there, Fred. And there you go. K4OG back to net.
W8WKY.
K4OG, WAWKY. Mark, great hearing from you this evening. Glad to know everything's coming to fruition with your apartment over there in Copley. Hopefully, things come to fruition with the monitor or TV, whatever you want to call it. C-clamps with rotating heads. There you go. That way you don't have to adhere anything to the current mantle and just unscrew it and take off when you got to go. But glad to hear you this evening. Always a pleasure. And maybe I'll get a chance to say hello to you Thursday evening. But I do have you marked down for C, Charlie, to the answer to the trivia question. And we'll see what happens here on out. Take good care of yourself, pal. Hope I get a chance to say good morning tomorrow morning. 7-3. Eric, if you would put me down for B, Bravo, that would be my guess to this trivia question. And at this point, I'm going to see if there are any other stations out there that we missed. Maybe they didn't get in here early enough. Any station stations that would like to check in on the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association Tuesday Night Net, please give me a call, W8WKY.
Alpha
Juliet,
Charlie Sierra. This is Gary in Fairlawn.
We just did a double. I did copy Alpha 8 Charlie Sierra, custom select actually, and there was another station that was in there with you, Gary. Could that station please re-identify for me? I don't want to miss them.
November 8, Juliet Echo Tango, N8JET, and there's a third station trying to get in as well.
N8JET, thank you very much for that. Another station's out there?
That would be me, KE8YUK, Kilo Echo 8 Yankee Uniform Kilo, Lucy in Akron on Echolink.
Well, I did copy Ms. Lucy, KE8YUK, and then it seems like there was some static coming in on the repeater. I don't know if that was just some noise or if another station was trying to identify. I added to the list AAACS, N8JET, and KE8YUK. Anyone else?
Radio Japan. All is happening.
Paul, if that was you, I think it's KG7IRJ or IRG. Could you please re-identify? The audio is a little bit low.
QSL that. Kilowatt Germany 7. India Radio Japan. Thank you.
KG7IRJ, I am so sorry. I should have that one memorized. I'm apologizing up front. And Paul, we'll get back to you real soon here. Any other stations that would like to check in for the Tuesday Weekly Net for Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association, W8WKY. All right. Hearing nobody else, I am going to request that Mr. Mass give us this question again for those who are checking in a little bit late. They may know the question, but they may not, and I want to make sure that everybody has a heads up. So, Eric, would you please provide us with the question and the possible answers again? Thank you very much.
W8WKY, this is W8ELM. The trivia question tonight: how many distinguishable colors are there in a rainbow on Earth? How many distinguishable colors are there in a rainbow on Earth? Is it A, 3, B, 5, C, 6, D, 7, E, none of the above? Again, how many distinguishable colors are there in a rainbow on Earth? Is it A3, B5, C6, D7, or E, none of the above? Back to net.
Eric, thank you very much for repeating the question and the possible answers, the multiple choice. Do appreciate that, really do. And just one more fabulous question for our trivia on Tuesday nights. And we're going to come back to you for a real answer. First, I want to get it over to El Presidente, AA8CS, Alpha Alpha 8, Custom Select, W8WKY. Good evening, Prez.
Good evening, Sarah and friends. Good to be here this evening. Been absent of late because of, let's call it extenuating circumstances. First to the trivia question. You know, I'm just going to, somebody said earlier as I was listening, what they learned in grade school. I'm going to do the same thing, so I'm going to go with D Delta 7. I don't know that I've ever seen 7, primarily because I'm blind in one eye and can't see out of the other, which makes it difficult to differentiate colors. But short of that, I am going to go with 7. So there you have it. I'm sticking to it. Letter D. Never see when Eric's pulling the trivia tonight, or any other night for that matter. Other thing, meeting coming up on Thursday. I hope to see a bunch of people at Casa Nuestra. It's always fun. There's 20 to 30, well, 20, about 20 plus or minus. Sometimes 10, sometimes a little more, but it's always fun. And it's always a great way to get started, especially if you want to have a margarita with or without salt. Let's see, what else? We should have a good meeting tonight, Thursday night. We could have it tonight if you wanted to. Thursday night should be a great meeting. We're looking forward to Jason talking about version 3 of Allstar. So I think our latest build idea didn't fare so well. That's kind of understandable in a couple different areas, but we'll see how all that works out. Let's see. Trying to think of what else is going on. Pay attention to your email. By tomorrow, you should have the agenda coming out. And we have a little bit of a surprise coming up for this month's meeting. Yeah, so pay attention to your email, and a little bit of a surprise coming, so pay attention. With that, let me turn it back to Net. This is Alpha Alpha 8 Charlie Sierra. I want to thank Eric for doing the trivia. He does a fabulous job, and there's no question about it. He is truly the master. Back to Net Control. This is Alpha Alpha 8. Custom select in some circles. Thanks for being there, Fred. 73.
W8WKY.
Mr. Shorter, you're an educator. I would expect out of all of us, you would have this answer correct. I have marked you down for D Delta 7. Visual distinguishable colors in the rainbow. Do appreciate your presence here this evening with us. I will look forward to talking to you Thursday. Maybe we can share a bevy before the meeting. Always a pleasure to talk to you on the air or otherwise. Stay safe. Have yourself a terrific Tuesday on your end, and look forward to seeing you Thursday. 7-3. Bill, N8, JET. Good evening from the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association Tuesday Weekly Net. Glad to have you aboard. What's your answer to the trivia question, and how is your week going so far? Over to you, W8WKY.
W8WKY in the group, NAJET. Well, good evening. Got to the party here a little bit late. I was on the NORS 10-meter net, and as soon as that closed down, I came here, and so I've not been here for the whole time, but it's been interesting. Something tells me this is a trick question, so I'm going to go with Echo, none of the above. And I had a thought for Mark OG that my TV legs splay outwards if they're reversible, to where you could swap the sides or turn them around where they face inward. It might fit his mantle. With that, I'll say 7-3 to everyone and turn it back to group NHAET. Good night.
Top of the evening to you, Bill. Thank you for being here with us. Do appreciate your presence, as always. And I've got you marked down for E, Echo, none of the above. Perhaps you're correct. I don't know. Eric, very shrewd individual. I hope he's laughing on his end. But a great question, nevertheless. And we will look forward to hearing what it is that is the true answer to this question. But, Bill, you have yourself a terrific Tuesday. What's left of it. Stay safe. Look forward to hearing from you in the near future. 7-3. KE8YUK. Ms. Lucy? Hello. It's great to have you with us this evening. Where in the heck is your husband? Over to you, Lucy. What's your answer?
W8WKY and the rest of the net. Hello, this is KE8YUK. You know, Fred, I'm wondering the same thing. Not actually. He has a project deadline, and he told his project manager he'd work extra late on specific days, and unfortunately this is one of them. So very sad to not have him here, but he said that the day was going fast for him, so hopefully he's making a lot of progress and feeling good about everything. Hopefully he's on his way home and listening. If so, hello. If not, what the heck? But that is where he's at as far as I'm aware. And I trust him. How was today? Terrific Tuesday, and it was all right. I cleaned up the house, and Betty was really good for pretty much the entire day. We went on a walk. I got to read more of a book series that I'm apparently just obsessed with. I go through probably a book a day, and they're not very big books, and they're middle school level, so I'm not trying to pat myself on the back, but I'm shocked that I'm this hooked, and it's been nice to have a book series to fall back on rather than just mindlessly scrolling on my phone or aimlessly lying around somewhere bored, because anything I do want to do hobby-wise, Betty would also want to do, and that is not the age that my hobbies lean into. Miniatures and writing, they just don't cooperate. I'm going to pause for time real quick because I'm on Echolink and I don't know when the reset happens. KE8YUK returning. So, yeah, it's been nice to have a book series to read, and I'm teaching my youngest two siblings English and science. English is my thing, science not so much. But, and health, and that's helping take some of the burden off my mom. So that's beneficial. They're sneaks, they're liars, but I love them. They're my siblings. And they're very, very, very funny. Some of the answers they come up with for some of the questions, they might not be right, but they sure are hilarious. The youngest brother, is the one who's interested in taking his ham license. So hopefully you guys will be the subject of his wit one day, but we'll see how that goes. Boxing went all right, and just a pretty run-of-the-mill, even-keeled day. Got to talk with my mom, which was really nice. Got to talk with my dad a little bit, but he fell asleep, which was hilarious because Betty really wanted to wake him up but didn't want herself to be the one doing it, so she kept trying to get me or my mom to wake him up. That was really funny. So, yeah, good day, and hopefully good rest of the week, too, with this wonderful weather. So, I wish everybody a fantastic enjoyment of that. My trivia answer is going to be the very simple Delta D. I think it's 7 colors because the rainbow was my thing before it was stolen from me and from everyone else. But that's a whole other topic. But I think it's 7, and 7's my favorite number anyway. So there's that. And hopefully we'll see you guys at the meeting on Thursday as well. So I've rambled enough. I'll pass it back to Fred. Have a good night, everybody. God bless you all. I already said a good night, so back to you, Fred. KE8YUK to W8WKY.
Josh our best, if you would. When the crunch is on, and you have to stay late, and you have to do what you got to do in order to get the job done, I think we can all appreciate that. But let him know we're thinking of him. Hopefully he'll get home sooner rather than later, and get to spend some time with you and Miss Betty. But do appreciate you being here with us, and where you can pick up on the English, I'll pick up on the science if I can. I've got you marked down for D Delta 7 distinguishable visual colors for a human being in the rainbow on Earth. And whatever you do, have yourself a good one. We'll talk to you soon. KG7IRJ, Paul, good evening. Great to hear you this evening. If you could up the audio, that way I could hear you a little bit better. But we're glad you're here with us. Over to you. What's your answer for this trivia question?
Yeah, Gary. Finland, Germany, 7. US radio command. Yeah, I hope you hear me. My trivia answer is Delta. And to the guy going to the southwest, I want to remind him that Echolink works on this receiver. He can check into his net while he's in the southwest. I'm from down there, and I wish I'd known about this stuff when I was down there. Oh well. And what I haven't seen up here is a double rainbow. Kind of two times we get them quite often. So you see the rainbow and you see the reverse of it, a little ways away from it. That's nice to use that word. Germany 7. Reveal.
Okay, Paul, copied most of that. Do appreciate you being here with us. I do have you marked down for D Delta 7 would be that answer. Is that correct?
USL.
Affirmative. All right. Thanks for being here, Paul. Appreciate it. You have yourself a terrific Tuesday. Stay safe, and if I don't talk to you, have a good rest of the week, okay? We'll say 7-3 to you. Any other stations that are out there that would like to check in on the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association Tuesday Night Net, if you'd please give me a call, W8WKY.
W8WKY.
Kilo Echo 8, Victor Oscar X-ray, that's KE8VOX.
Scotty, I got you, KE8VOX. Anyone else? I haven't heard anybody else, Scott. Looks like you're going to wrap it up for us. KE8VOX, W8WKY. Good evening. Good to hear you again. You've got an answer for the trivia question, right? Over to you.
W8WKY, this is KE8VOX. Scott over here in Vermilion. Yeah, I got an answer. I'm going to go with a Delta 7. Sounds like a good combination. Like both my grades in high school. But that's what I got for you, Fred. Thanks for getting me in. KE8VOX, and I'm back to next control.
KE8VOX, W8WKY. I got to tell you, Scotty, this is unlike most things I've ever heard from you. A little bit noisy, a little bit scratchy, a little bit of static within. But I did copy you saying D Delta for your answer. Affirmative?
Yeah, Roger. Yeah, I'm coming in tonight. Thought maybe you could get a decent copy on me, Fred. But yeah, Delta.
Mr. Scott. Thanks for being here with us. Appreciate it. And you take good care of yourself. Hopefully I'll get a chance to say good morning to you tomorrow morning. 7-3. With that, I think we've covered all the bases. Eric, if you need me to go back through and let you know whoever may not have been heard with what their answer is, fine. Otherwise, I'm going to hand it off to you because you are the master of ceremonies this evening. W-A-E-L-M, W-A-W-K-Y.
Fred, do you want to give NT8D Dave a chance to change his answer?
Affirmative. You should be the one running this, not me. That was really a misnomer on my end. Sincerely apologize, Dave. NT8D W-A-W-K-Y. Would you like to change your answer, Dave?
No apology necessary there, Fred. And though I am familiar with Roy G. Biv, the way the question is phrased, I'm going to stick with Baker or Bravo for my answer because I do remember a Greek debate on whether there were 5 or 7, and so I'm going to stick with B and see just what happens. Just because being right isn't all that important, but it seems like the fun answer. Back to W-A-W-K-Y, NT8D.
Thank you very much for that, Dave. Appreciate that. And Eric, if you can put me down for B Bravo, that would have been my answer to begin with. But we'll see what happens. I'm going to hand it over to your capable hands, and you can repeat the question and give us the true answer for this. And sincerely appreciate you being here with us and this trivia that you provide for us each week. Fabulous job. W-A-E-L-M, W-A-W-K-Y.
W8WKY from W8ELM. When they were really upset with someone in the past, they used to tar and feather them and ride them out of town on a rail. I don't know if that is still done anymore, but if it is, I am guessing that I will either figuratively or literally have that happen tonight. That's a dirty question. Anyway, how many distinguishable colors are there in a rainbow on Earth? Is it 3, 5, 6, 7, or none of the above? If you look very closely at your computer screen or your television set, you will see 3 different color pixels. We call them red, green, and blue. They look a little more like red, maybe yellow and blue, but anyway. In your eye, you have 2 types of light receptors in your retina. Rods and cones, you may remember that from one of your biology courses. And there are 3 types of cones, and they will receive either red, green, or blue, but that's not the answer. If you look at your TV screen or your computer screen, you can see dozens of colors. And the red, green, and blue receptor cones in your eye do the same thing. They show you dozens or hundreds of colors. For 6, it's probably red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet. For 7, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. But the correct answer is E, none of the above. The visible portion of the electromagnetic spectrum ranges from about 400 to 700 nanometers, although some people may see wavelengths slightly above or below this. In any range of the visible spectrum, no matter how large or small, there are an infinite number of, quote, colors. Therefore, the correct answer is echo. Now, if we were on Mars, it'd be the same answer, because there are no rainbows on Mars. Mars doesn't have liquid water droplets in the atmosphere to retract the sun's rays, so there just aren't any in the atmosphere on Mars. The Perseverance rover can't talk tonight. I don't know what's going on. Once produced what appeared to be a rainbow in one of the photos that it sent back to Earth, but it was actually only due to a lens flare. So I'll get a little more time. Nick gave it away earlier when he chose echo. Gary, W8GMF, also chose echo. N8JET Bill chose echo. And that was the sum total of our correct answers tonight. Sorry, guys. Back to net.
W8ELM, W8WKY. Actually, Eric, you can add one more. My darling French-Canadian Princess Bride over here knew that the answer was E, but she knows everything, and that's why I'm married to her, because I can rely on her, and she's my crutch. So with that, I want to thank you for an absolutely fabulous trivia question. And for those who did not choose E, such as myself, we walk away learning something, and that's what's really important. And sincerely appreciate it, Eric. You're great at the trivia, and we thought Russ was great. Yeah, you got a leg up. Have you got anything else for the net?
Negative. I'm not going to have anything to add here, but I am going to alert my watchman over in the guard shack. That's my son's house right next door, to be aware in case there are any repercussions from tonight. Fred, thank you so much. Did an excellent job tonight. Thank you, everybody, for participating. This is W8ELM 73.
W8ELM, W8WKY. I want to tell you, Eric, while you were talking, my darling bride came over and slapped me around a little bit and said, "The aurora borealis is out there tonight. Will you just go look?" So, you know what? I'm getting it from all sides. You taking care of yourself, Eric. We will look forward to doing this next time. As I said, you always provide great trivia questions. I want to thank all the stations that checked in on the Tuesday Weekly Net this evening. Great to hear from everyone, and I hope everybody had some fun and walked away learning something. With that, I'll go ahead and say thanks once again. I'll return this repeater back to normal amateur use at the hour of 9:14 p.m. Sorry, keep thinking about the barometer net. 9:14 p.m. And thanks again, everybody. WA8KOC to the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association Tuesday Net. 7-3, everybody.
This is WO3X. I was on another net, and I missed hearing the correct answer to the trivia question. Does anybody know what it was?
Good evening again, John. Yes, the true answer to this question is E. None of the above. There are multiple colors. The rainbow, and E is the answer. With Eric's explanation, if you want to get it from him, you can go ahead and get it. But it's E, echo, none of the above, for the ABCD answers. QSL?
QSL, Fred. Yeah, somebody doubled with you, and but I did hear you say E echo for that. So maybe that was W8ELM with the explanation. So this is W03X. I'll be listening to see if somebody else had something else to say about that.
My apologies, W8ELM, Eric. It's all yours, buddy. And thank you for a wonderful question this evening. W8WKY, WA8KOC, clear.
W03X, you got a minute?
Yeah, go ahead. Thanks.
Well, I'll kind of go through the whole thing again. You've probably looked at your computer screen or your TV screen close up, and you notice that there are three colors there, red, green, and blue, or kind of like red, yellow, and blue, but your eyes blend them together, and we see lots and lots of colors. You've got three types of cones in your retina that do the same thing. They'll blend together to give us the myriad colors that we are able to detect. 6 is kind of a Roy G. Booth, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, that some of you may have learned, and 7 is Roy G. Biv, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. But the visual part of the spectrum is 400 to 700 nanometers, and there are an infinite number of different, quote, colors or wavelengths in that section of the spectrum. Now, if the question had been about Mars, there aren't any colors in rainbows on Mars because there are no rainbows on Mars. There's no liquid spherical water droplets to refract the sun's rays.
Thanks. Yeah, there was some years ago in the office where I was working. There was some kind of thing about that showed yellow and blue and purple, I think, and the women couldn't see the purple, but the men that weren't colorblind could see the purple and whatever else it was. Yellow, blue, and I forget what the thing was, but that was something there.
My wife only sees red, and that's when she's upset with me. WA8KOC. Thanks again, Eric.
The advanced chemistry classes, and you can adjust the wavelength of light coming through that. And I had each one of the kids go up, and they could turn it themselves, turn the knob themselves, and record what they could see. And some could see down into the the infrared, and others could see up into what we would consider the ultraviolet. So beyond the 400 to 700, not a big distance, but enough that I thought it was at least significant. So I'm wondering if it's kind of like hearing, and your cones get tired after you get old, just as the semicircular canals get old and we can't hear the upper and lower frequencies like we used to. So anyway, just a fun question for tonight. W03X, this is W8ELM.
Yeah, thanks, Fred. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. So thanks for giving me the explanation and that story about the various kids' color range there. So with that, I'll say 73 to you, and I'll be back on to another net there. W8ELM, this is W03X. I'll be clear with you. 7-3.
7-3, John. W8ELM will be clear.
Oh, ELM, KSFQE. You know, just like John, he does the silk screening, he does the print side, I did the TV side, so we were red, green, blue. Well, on the print side, it's magenta, cyan, and yellow. Throw them things all in the pot. KSFQE.
KC8FQV, you are exactly right. And those are the primary colors of pigments, which you can mix together to get all the different colors. I used to do some silk screening. I only used one color, though. I was silk screening the resist onto copper PC boards. But anyway, the three primary colors of pigments are cyan, magenta, and yellow, and the three colors of light are red, green, and blue.
You know, your life and all these different things that you just take for granted when you're young, and then you dissect it and that, and yep, it becomes something else. And there's so many things we do dissect. So I'll let you go, Eric, KSFQV.
All right, Mark. Well, thanks for coming back, and thanks for participating tonight. I'll say 7-3 to you, and we'll catch you down the road somewhere. This is W80LM Clear.
And KSFQ, just leave it sit here for a little bit in the background. So KSFQV.
W8WKY. W8WKY, repeater PL1 14.8. W8WKY. W8WKY, repeater PL1 14.8. W8WKY. Repeater PL1 14.8. W8WKY. Repeater PL1 14.8.